Alright, I think we are doing it. Just make sure my mic's working. Yeah, we're good. Alright, so today honestly, for a while, I'm probably not really gonna do much practice outside of like really quick, like, I gotta shave my fucking beard. I don't want to have a beard after seeing that guy. I completely forgot I even have one.
The beard is fine, so it's like when you it just doesn't matter.
But anyway, I'm just gonna do a quick I'm gonna do a quick hide gesture and then that's it. That's probably gonna be my only practice for honestly until the devlog comes out, because I just don't feel like I have time to put in any other practice at the moment. There's so much shit to do. And I have like a method for everything now, so it's not like needed. I don't like need. I'm sure I don't need to lift. I wish I remember which one had the JS in it, but I can't remember which one it was. It was such a keynote pose too. We'll just do this one. Okay. Let's do it. Let's go, Devirus, yo. How are you doing? We are going to do a very quick warm-up, and then we're just going to get right into it. I'm going to work on the paintings a little bit, and then I want to work on some SD character drawings, because I need to, when I do my devlog, I need to like show certain concepts in like a fun, abstract way, so that's what we'll be doing after. I'm also probably not going to be on too long, probably no more than 5 hours, because I got to hit the store soon. Also, they're freaking fixing some crap in my place, so they're going to be coming and making a freaking racket. Alright, this pen's too thick. But I got a lot of good painting in off stream the other day, so I'm on a really good track. Got a good workflow going. Answered a lot of questions I've been having for a little bit. So right now I'm actually just following Hyde, you know, Hide. I'm just following him right now. Just drawing along with him as he's drawing in a recording, his gesture video recordings. So I'm just following his hand motions to the best of my ability. You just changed the pose. He's fast as fuck, so he goes slower than he normally goes on these, so that people can keep up a little more easily. But he's still very fast. These days, he's gotten even faster too. Like if you go to his morning warm-up streams and stuff, he's insane. I tried drawing along with him recently-ish when he was doing like face and body drawings, full body drawings and stuff. The other day, I was following along with him, and I not only did I have to keep rewinding, but my shoulder actually just hurt the next day, like as if I had just like done some like hard lifting. Shoulders are off on that. Legs are off as well. Usually I don't correct these, but I just want to verify that. I don't know why that keeps happening. There we go. That's better. I'm going to rewind them a little bit. I typically try to not rewind per figure. But in between figures, as I'm finishing mine up and he's moved to the next, I'll usually rewind them to the start of the next one. That's usually how I like to do it. I should write in my thing that I'm following behind. Quick gesture, we're following hide. This is going to be the only form of practice I'm going to be doing for probably the whole month, the rest of the month. Just because I need to save time. I don't really have time to do the full, like 2 hours of warm-up that I usually like to do. Yeah. He speaks like pretty clearly. He's not much of like a mumbler, but he's not going to be like... it's not going to be like if you watch like Saito makes like a big effort to speak very clearly and stuff. So it's definitely like if you're not super decky, then yeah, he can be a little hard to hear. His videos, whenever he's recording something for a video, he tends to speak quite clearly at least. So maybe you can hear what he's saying clearly enough to. Auto captions have gotten actually pretty competent on YouTube these days. Sometimes they're a little off, but you can always turn on auto captions and maybe try to use that to parse what he's saying a little bit. It's actually funny. There's that clip that was from when Maureen, as in like Sencho Maureen, when she was playing Resident Evil, and she just starts like talking at like insane like rapid fire like rap speeds, and it was that video of like, oh, I think I'll learn Japanese, and then it's like Maureen just talking insanely fast. The auto captions on that video actually were relatively accurate. They were like quite close. There's just like a few things off. So yeah, auto caption has gotten like sometimes scarily competent these days. Sometimes it's fucked and completely wrong, but because the thing about Maureen is she's speaking extremely quickly there, but she's not speaking unclearly. Like all the sounds are clear, so I guess it's like easy for a machine to pick that up relatively. It's a difference between fast and clear. Or slow and clear. Slow and clear and fast and clear. They're technically separate things. They keep translating Yaru to sex, and it's always hilarious. Holy shit. I did not know that. But that's the default. That's funny as hell. I guess, because a lot of these things are based on, like, the highest frequency of shit on the internet or whatever, so, like, maybe it has something to do with that. I don't know. Some of these AI things, though, these AI fueled things, are actually just deteriorating, because as people said, like, they're starting to, like, Ouroboros themselves, because they're starting to, gradually get, like, they're losing shit to train themselves on. They're running out of shit to train themselves on, and they're also, like, something like, I can't remember, it's like they're training themselves, like, on themselves or something, so it's like grass. Something is, something is happening that's making them worse at any rate. GPT, I tried recently, and it's gotten, like, better in some ways, but it's, like, it's definitely getting, like, worse in a lot of major aspects, so I don't see too much progression in the near future for this stuff, because it's looking very bottlenecked at the moment. I can't tell what the hell he's cooking with this one. Oh, I see. It's a sitting pose. My hand is feeling a little bit off today. Maybe it's just because I didn't draw yesterday. I haven't immersed this week, so I won't be as good as usual. Let's see. Let's see. Yo, Elna. How are you doing? Yeah, we took yesterday off of art because our brain was we painted for most of the day before yesterday off stream, and I made really good progress and stuff. But I also learned a bunch of new stuff, and it kind of fried my brain. So I had to take yesterday off. Oh, epic! Break time, yeah, good shit. I did as much as I always found school shit annoying as shit. The breaks are very cathartic, especially if you actually have something you know you're gonna use them for. If you're just gonna rot max, obviously, then it's more like existentially dreadful. But using them to grind max is cathartic. Alright, I guess we got this one. Do you think some people overdo studies? Yes. Short answer, yeah. For sure. It can be copy, like you gotta make sure you're applying what you learn. I've seen who do like permanent gestures, less fit. Yeah, you will. I did talk about this in some of my my paywall vids, but yes, easy to get afraid to do your own stuff. Yeah, it can happen to. It's funny because in music they're a little bit more, parsed. Like being a musician and being a composer are not considered the same thing. So there's kind of this concept of like, Oh, you could just be a musician. All you do is your job is to play music and to just get as good as possible at playing music. But artists are weird because being an artist means doing art means you're kind of both a musician and a composer at the same time. Your job is to both have the actual physical hand skill to do shit, but also to generate good designs and stuff. So it's both the performance and the composition in one task. So it's extremely important that you're constantly, actually doing the actual composing part. You're doing the actual imagination, creative portion, or you just will not get good. Yeah, and the other thing is as I talked about, finishing and stuff. That's its own skill. Like every part of the process is a different sub skill. So if you avoid parts of the process, you won't get good at them. It's just that simple. If you're only ever going to do rough, unfinished work, well then you're never going to know how to polish your shit. You're never going to know what the actual, what the act of actually, making something nice and finished looks like. And that's actually going to make your rough stuff worse, because your rough stuff is supposed to be informed by what the final thing is supposed to look like. So back in the day, I guess there were guys whose job was just making duplicate. Yes, exactly. Yeah, like that kind of more, that more type of like, I don't know what you'd call that, but yeah, like the forger types. Yeah, invalidated by printing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. It was almost more similar to music in that regard. Because obviously, that was like that was a decent way. Like if we were living in like the early 1900s right now, like just taking, just copying, like doing like solid copies of paintings is like, that's like an income right there. So it's much simpler. Very simpler situation, yeah. Definitely more similar to music in that regard back then. But yeah, nowadays it's like, what the hell are you if you're not making your own shit? You're nothing. You're just a guy who, does whatever. Or if you only do like rough shit, if you only do rough shit, well, then what's your product? And if you want to participate on like an actual project or something, you're going to be unable to, because you won't be able to actually give the actual team a proper product. So you're either going to cause a ton of problems for someone or just be unable to participate on the project in the first place. So it's a thing. I thought I was improving by seeing my roughs get more refined, but I'm actually not finishing. Again, it's fine. Like, that's totally fine. Like just doing lots of roughs is a good, obviously, idea for getting better at that stage, that gestural in rough stage, for sure. It's just that you also want to make sure that, you're thinking about, You want to make sure you're also thinking about the finish stage. That's why I do lots of. I did one on stream recently, straight to no rough copies. So I just look at something and I just copy. I'm not literally doing it right now. I'm just symbolizing the act, but like I literally okay, here's the eye. This is the other part of the eye. Okay, here's the cheek. I copy like that a lot. That is really good for helping train your finish ability. Those no rough copies, really, really good. Really, really good way of practicing. That was kind of my main way of getting better for a period. So I recommend that to anyone who's finding finishing harder. Also, just finishing stuff more is obviously always good for that too. Oh yeah, doing set day stuff with a fountain pen. Yeah, that can definitely, like, that kind of pressure, and that need to, make sure that everything you're doing is meaningful. That can be really, really good. That's actually why I didn't use a fountain pen. I would use a ballpoint pen for pretty much most of my practice, and I really liked for a long time, and I liked doing stuff like set copies and stuff with it and stuff because it forces you to constantly think. As long as it doesn't get you into a mode where you're being too cautious, you're still moving fluidly, and you're trying to make do the right thing at any given time. It's always really, really good shit. I tried drawing on paper the other day again just for a little break, but I stopped immediately because I got annoyed because I want to, I have so much stuff I want to practice with, like color and crap, and I was just like, ah, shit, well, whatever, I guess back to the tablet. But I really miss doing practicing on paper because it's just more fun. It just feels better. Alright, well that's the... Alright, so that's all the warm-up we are doing today. I'm just gonna paint a little bit now. Alright, let's do it. The ballpoint sort of has a rough... Yeah, exactly, yeah. Because that's why I would usually opt for the ballpoint, because that way I can... that way I could... I could kind of... I could get some leeway with mistakes, but sometimes I would bust out the more strong, immediate one and do it that way too. I've never been I'm not talented with doing that though, so I wouldn't do it that much. Some people are just maybe you're one of those people. Some people are just naturally good at that. They're just naturally good. They're just naturally good at taking the more high commitment pen and just getting a really cool result with it. But I've just never been that type. My lines too just naturally don't have an easy time looking nice, so to speak. A lot of the lines here, for example, when this is done, I'm gonna have to actually re-go over them and make them nicer looking and stuff manually. If I'm not really concentrating on the lines and trying to, okay, I'm in line polish stage. It's harder to get them to I've always naturally not been good with that stuff, but some people are just naturally good at it. So, alright, let me take a piss. Might look like she's the one doing it. Yeah, that's true. That is true. You got the get the piss fetish dollar. Oh, I gotta change my task. I'm gonna try to just take. I'm just gonna try to right now just finish the painting on this to like sort of a basic like draft, not like rough draft, but like single, you know, temporary finish state basically. As quickly as I can right now, so I can then move on to working on the other thing I want to work on, the SD characters for the devlog. So I'm gonna try to make. Oh, I want to change your mouse position a little bit. I want to try and make. I want to try and make like just personal illustrations and stuff. The much smaller part of my daily routine than working on game related stuff as much as possible. No, I really don't. I just been kind of hoarding stuff and like, but we're gonna have like 6 uploads for Pixiv this month. It's gonna happen. But yeah, thank you. But yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna get a good Pixiv going. And we're gonna try to get a fan box thing going, just as another way to help with the funds for the game. Alternate account isn't real. Actually, this should go way up here. Oh shit. It's supposed to go. But yeah, we're gonna try to do this real quick. I'm not exactly sure. There was one thing I wanted to do. Okay, I wanted to put either the purple or probably the purple. I think I wanted some of the I think I wanted some of this to surround it a little bit. I'm not sure if that's a good idea or not. That might be too much. I might just create. I gotta pull up some crap just for like some Tsunako art and stuff, just for a helpful rudder for what I'm doing. Where are we at? There's one I was. Yeah, here it is. So this one, I think I'll pull up an Ichion also. Basically, what I'm trying to get out of the sort of look I want is method-wise. I'm trying to keep it, do as much of Tsunako's painting method as I can do, but taking some nods from the way Ichion goes about color. It's essentially, yeah. We don't want any purple here. It's fine how it was. We do want some though here. Okay, yeah, that's right. I did want to move her mouth a little bit because I don't love exactly where it is. I've moved it several times. I consider like my main thing to be like the main thing to be the game deving stuff. That's like kind of like that's like the thing I'm more invested in. Like that's sort of the thing, my thing. Specifically because the sort of creative thing I was originally most always invested in was like writing like novels and stuff. I was but that's like a real, it's a real like kind of rat race type of thing. Plus I really wanted to write in Japanese, not English. My Japanese was just, don't do that. My Japanese was just not good enough to write directly into until recently. Only now can I really start doing that. So yeah, so like making like a game type of thing, like a VN RPG hybrid type thing, is like a really good way to effectively write a novel, but with a more effective platform than if you were to just, you know, just try to make novels. I do still plan on trying to submit to, you know, write novels to submit to like Japanese light novel contests and stuff. I will be definitely doing that as well now that I'm finally like writing in Japanese. But yeah, in general, art has always been more of a side thing. I'm not like an artist. It's just art is a thing I do also. And like if you want to like direct a game confidently, I find it, I mean, some people can probably, you know, some people can get away with not having art skill and directing a game fine, but for me I find it extremely difficult to visualize what a game should even look or feel like if you can't do art. It feels like trying to swim up a waterfall. Whenever I would try to make projects in the past with worse art ability, I always felt like I wanted more. Like I wanted more actual visual ability. It's just too difficult and annoying otherwise. Art is not my main thing. Then proceeds to draw many such. I think it's because I don't know. I think it's because art is fun, I guess, and a lot of people are drawn to it as a way to relax. And you can get decent at it if you do it over a long enough period of time. But it's not like, you know, it's not like your thing. I really stopped game dev when I was 15ish because my art. Yeah, no, that's very reasonable. It's very frustrating to have to. I think that's the big thing with game dev that really makes it. There's one other picture I gotta pull. That was really helpful. Yeah, here it is. The big thing with game dev that I think is a really big turnoff is realizing just how much it's a team effort, and a lot of people go deep into it without realizing that or preparing for that, and they end up burning a lot of years doing, because a lot of game dev is tasks that are not really productive for growing as a person. Lots of like little, lots of little things that aren't necessarily making you a better coder, aren't necessarily making you a better artist, aren't necessarily making you a better even game designer. And a lot of the process is that, and a lot of people don't really realize that and get too deeply invested into the process without like admitting that it's ultimately a team effort, and they're gonna have to, rely on other people and stuff. And they end up wasting a lot of time, and they get blackpilled, and I coded up all this shit, and I spent so much time making this big 3D monstrosity with code that's like kind of functional. And I kind of got better at coding in the process. I kind of got a little better at art in the process, but like not really compared to if I was just actually directly focusing on those things. I didn't realize how much I'm gonna have to rely on other people, so I never really like worked out my like Kone skills, like my interperson relation skills and stuff, and like it's just like a mess. It happens a lot. I see it a lot, and it's always unfortunate when you see that, because for the same effort they could have just gotten good at something. Yes, exactly. A lot of people will skip coding fundies. Exactly, yeah. It's like, oh, I'm just good at you. Good. It's more like knowledgeable about. I'm just knowledgeable about the trivia of like Unreal Engine. And apparently they're actually even hiring people for jobs like that these days, so maybe it's not like the worst thing ever, but I mean, how much future security is in a job like that? And if there's another guy who is good at his coding fundies and qualified for that, he's going to get hired first, obviously. So it's like, it's just all around not a great situation to be in. I'm trying to figure out the exact level of like blueness. We don't want to go like too blue because it looks awkward. Yeah, like that's definitely a little closer to like the purple side. Yeah, that's always a huge problem. It's always like, that's always an unfortunate thing too. Especially because, I mean, these engines and stuff anyway, they're volatile. They're not like, there's nothing like sacred or fundamental about knowing that like Unity explodes if you don't make sure that like some obscure rendering option is left unchecked when the fog is being employed in a certain way. It's like that kind of trivia could change the next day, and that kind of trivia is not making you a better software engineer. So I mean, it's all like JB core stuff. John Blow always ranting about shit like this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, programming for game dev definitely can be very painful. Because it's lots of... And I think that's another thing, too. I think even coding for game dev benefits a lot from art skill. Just because you're often doing graphical things and stuff. I follow Kaze Emanuor. He often calls himself Case. But yeah, Kaze Emanuor, he's a funny case where he's been obviously he does those really, really like impressively coded Mario hacks and stuff, and he's been trying to get more ambitious and stuff. And as he gets more ambitious, because he's working in a visual medium, you know, he's constantly running into these art challenges and stuff, and it really shows like how much there's really no such thing at the end of the day of coding for games that at some point doesn't deeply cross over with art on some level somewhere in the project, and that's difficult, etc. There's just so many little things. Obviously nowadays game coding is way more forgiving than it used to be in terms of you can kind of make a mess and just be like, oh well, the hardware will run fast enough to make this piece of crap program run right. There's obviously, like, back in the day they had to actually like code well, which is just kind of messed up to think about, but so there's that. But either way, yeah, it's never gonna be a fun time. The less and less like actual fundy skill you have as a coder. This might be, I think we need to lighten up this area just to make sure that there's a clear separation. This one, I think we're going to try to keep simple, just to emphasize that, okay, here's the lower part of the hand, here's the higher part of the hand. This one, I might have gotten too ambitious with the complexity. It's hard to say yet. But yeah, I just find, like, I mean, especially, like, I've been finding, because the last time I tried to really, really work on a project was, like, a game project and actually try and, with the intent, oh, I'm going to clutch out this project to the end, was in 2019, and the process was really, really annoying at times. With the level of art ability I had at the time, it was very easy to visualize something and for it to just not even be slightly close to what I was actually looking for in practice, stuff like that. And I'm finding now the process is feels just so much more smooth, and honestly, like, pretty fun. Because, I mean, I've always liked coding. I've never, like, minded coding in that sense. No, shoot. The question is, do we want... Yeah, we want it to get more purpley in the light. Yeah, so it gradiates from blue into a more purple. Yeah, I've always liked the process of coding. I just don't specifically like game coding when you can't have concrete artistic backing for things enough. And watching Kaze has been very illuminating in that regard, because you know he often is finding himself having to, like, redo, just straight up fully redo a lot of things that would have gone much quicker and easier with you know, if he was like an actual artist. So that's like a really, like, interesting really interesting kind of case study. Definitely like really cool to keep up with, seeing him do all that. It's funny too because there's a lot of things he kind of like effort posts, like he puts effort behind something sometimes that actually ends up worse than stuff he just sort of did off the cuff when he wasn't really thinking about it. Going to show sometimes like effort plus low skill at something artistic can actually just produce a worse result than low skill plus no effort. Kaze Emanuor calls himself Kaze, but I'll write it out right now for you. Why is this not? Oh, this is the one. Oh crap. Kaze Emanuor, yeah. He's like a really like intense coder that hacks Mario 64. And he's just been like really nice. Yeah, he's just been really ambitious with his coding, the coding aspect of his hacks. Like he was doing before now Mario 64 has the decomp, so you can just code in C, which pretty much anyone in their grandma can figure out how to do. Compared to before the decomp, where you had to directly code in machine, whatchamacallit? I want to say ASMR, but assembly. You had to code in assembly. Is the point. And he was like the only one doing it. He no one else like dared like deeply dive into the assembly code of Mario and stuff, and like. He did some insane stuff just purely with assembly, and no one else dared do it for like 10 years or something. Until now the decomp drops, so now like anyone can do anything crazy with Mario 64, which is kind of insane because it's almost become like a Mario 64 with the decomp now has almost become like a it's almost like a similar situation to when the what was it? What was the? It was Quake mods, right? That was popular for so long.
Quake mod?
Was it Quake? What was the thing that like Bid for Power was built at? Or was that a Half-Life 2 mod?
Yeah, I think it was Half.
Yeah, because it was.
Not
was it when Valve released the something?
Yeah, I think it was. I want to say.
I can't remember it at all. It used to be common knowledge because everyone used to use it. But
I think it was for Half-Life. Yeah, so not problem.
Nah, what the fuck was it? Wait, am I just thinking of old iterations of the Unreal Engine or something?
Maybe it's that.
Yeah, maybe I'm just thinking of that.
Yeah, it could just be that.
I don't know.
Not
yeah,
sure.
I literally forgot. This used to be like common knowledge on the. Nah, yeah, it wasn't.
Because I don't know much about this show.
I can't remember at all, but actually, I'm gonna look it up right now. I'm gonna look it up. What was? Because it was the Dragon Ball Z fan game that used it. Dragon Ball Z Bid for Power. It was definitely like Quake 3. Yes. Quake 3, yes. Quake 3 mods were a thing. Yes, for some reason I got them mixed up with Valve. I forgot fucking the Unreal Engine is totally separate. Unreal is from the Unreal Arena game, obviously, and that's epic. That's a totally different. That's just completely mixed up. Anyway, point is, it's just R look the same. Rook same. But yeah, at any rate, yeah, Quake 3 mods were like a thing. They were a big thing, obviously. Mario 64 is like kind of quickly turning into that type of thing. So you can just like make anything with Mario 64 as your base. Which is pretty freaking epic to think about, and I wish I had time to mess around with that stuff like crazy myself. I would totally like make like an N64 game or something. Maybe in the future, maybe a couple of years from now. After I finish this project. Alright, the question is with the frills, I gotta pull up the question is how much do I lean on darkness or do I lean on light? Like, do I show more light or do I show more darkness with the light parts? That's the question.
You can get Zach, Catboy.
Okay, let's take a look. Alright, so the official art did a thing where the lower frills are actually kind of, they're a little bit see-through and a little bit warmer inherently. So I think I'll do the same thing. Maybe even put a little bit of warmth there in the corners. Maybe even within the hand slightly. Just give a little bit of... Can't tell if that looks better or worse. No, it's definitely better. It's definitely better. It adds a little contrast. Do the same thing here. Maybe that's too much. No, that's fine. That's fine. I think the other thing too, why you're probably gonna... I messed with a bunch of different things, and it's sort of gotten to the point where I can get to grips with whatever, even though I'm not excited. Yeah, I find that's honestly not as bad of a thing as it might sound to people on paper. I know people tend to make fun of that. And I know that years back when I was like a little bit more in that position myself, you know, you do get a lot of shit for it, but there's a lot to be said because it's like, if you're decent at many things, you can always become excellent at one of them. And if you're excellent at one thing and decent at many other things, that's obviously like, that's very valuable. That makes you like good human capital. So it's like, you know, it's more valuable than I think people realize. Because it's like life. I mean, life is like longer than people. I mean, I know like obviously, you know, there's always the possibility you can like die today, but in general, even if you die at like 60, you know, life is a lot longer than a lot of people, you know, necessarily like to think about. And if you are good at shit, if you have this, you know, like a fundamental amount of shit to work with, you can always increase it significantly over time. So, you know, it's like I just think of it, I think of skills, I take the word human capital very seriously. It's just like, it is literally a form of capital. It's just it's an investment that can produce returns, you know, as the more you invest. You know, you never know when it's gonna Yeah, no, for sure. Because I empathize with that situation a lot because I do multiple things and stuff. So like, I know what that's like. And there were times where I got like, I would sometimes have like little moments where I just felt like, sometimes like deep regret at my skill spread, and sometimes really envious of other people who I thought maybe made some better choices. But nowadays I almost never find myself feeling that way ever. Sometimes it's just a matter of just getting a little further and realizing how valuable what you have built is. So and it can save you stress. It can save you stress to realize that sooner than later. I think I wasted some stress worrying about things that didn't ultimately matter. We're actually sometimes even mistaking a bad thing or a good thing for a bad thing. So no. We want the thicker part to be a little bluer. I gotta make sure. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. This is going to be a short stream anyway. I'm only going to be going for probably another like 3 or 4 hours. So yeah, no, keep it up, man. Good 3 weeks. Yeah, that's solid. That's solid time. 3 weeks, surprisingly long time. A lot can be done in that time. Congrats on finishing all the work and shit. It's good stuff. Take it easy. Okay, I think the whole thing needs a kind of darkening pass in certain spots. Like there. Like, it's only the parts that really stand out that should be cleanly brighter. Like this should just be straight dark. But like this area can stand out a little bit more. Yeah, so this upper area should probably express itself a little more brightly. This can straight up be like no, it's a little too much. It's like a sweet spot. Like you want it to contrast this bluer ribbon. Yeah, the other thing is too, I want a little bit of a, I gotta make sure that the edges of things kind of fade out a little bit. Like fade them to a, yeah, fade them to like a slightly pinkish. Yeah, like that, just to give it a little bit of a, yeah. I think that's the right choice. Yeah. I might have overdone it here. Hard to say. I want to make this a little darker here. Yeah, alright, and then from there I'm just gonna kind of purple up this. Try to make it feel like the skin tone is coming through. Oh yeah, what I was gonna say was, yeah, I think one of the reasons you probably get the like the, you know, like the people being like, you know, if you get someone who's even straight up, I don't know how many people I've seen actually be like sick and be like super hot fire about it, like, oh, I'm not an artist. I don't think that happens if someone's like actually like legitimately like sick. I don't think you'll ever get that, but the only way I could maybe see that is if they're like a director or something. They're an experienced director or something. But well, I guess back in the day, what's his name? Michael, was it Michelangelo? Sistine Chapel, dude. He was kind of like that, but it was more like, he's not like he was saying, but I'm not an artist. He was just saying, like, I'm not like a painter. I'm more of a sculptor. And that's obviously, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you look at his sculptures, I think they are, they do seem to me more impressive than his paintings. But obviously he was super good at both. Yeah, point is I think there's just, because it's so competitive, there's a lot of baggage. There's a lot of baggage attached to, yes, I do this thing. That's my thing. And I think a lot of people just don't want that. For me, it's more just like, it's just literally just art does not occupy my thoughts as much as other stuff does. So that's why I say that, because it's just like, I'm almost always thinking about story shit and stuff much more than I think about art stuff, and I'm just much more deeply invested in doing that well than I am invested in doing art well. So I gotta figure out exactly. Okay, so I think if I just take this, give it like a nice, we gotta go a little brighter. Give it like that. I'm trying to figure out exactly like what we want to create that slightly translucent effect. This might work. Yeah, we'll just go with this for now. I gotta hit it with the Euro trace real quick just to see, you know, change the lines to like a blue real quick just to get a better read on this whole thing that's going on. Right, so let's get like a, I guess like a pretty dark saturated blue. Let's see what that's changing. Yeah, it definitely feels like more translucent on that blue starts. It's too like dark right now, I think. Yeah. Yeah. It's feeling pretty good. So I think it's just important that these frills feel like light. They have a like the contours feel lower commitment, so to speak, less tangible. And then I think you can go quite light with some of these detail ones, these detail contours, because they don't. They get these ones. Some of these ones can straight up kind of like fade out. Why is this not working? I just did nothing to that portion because I was on the wrong fucking. Literally hallucinated it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and then that way we can take like this. We can really like lighten up like this area. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. It still needs to be like really dark in certain spots to make sure the actual like integrity of the thing is there, but that should do it for now. Take a look again at the. Yeah, I think it's important that. Well, it should be fine, yeah, because one of the reasons this might feel a little too dramatic is just because the part of the skirt above is not rendered. So I should probably do that now. Because it's going to be hard to verify the balance without the other part rendered. So let's just get this going. Also, the skin portion is on its own separate layer. Yeah, I have to affect this here on this layer. The actual skin portion. As in like the body contour portion of this part. Alright, just gotta make sure that's not too bright. It's supposed to turn into like a pretty, like if you look at this like CG. It's kind of hard to see, but like it's decently blue. The contour is decently blue. I've seen Ichion's PSDs on Fanbox and stuff too, and he gives like a good like kind of glow to the Euro trace. That, yeah, we need to go darker in certain spots. Just to make sure it doesn't like lose its integrity as a shape. That should do it. Yeah. This area's a little bit muddy. I gotta... Make sure all these lines fade out properly. That's too much. Part of it is because I got the painting itself get a little muddy. I gotta fix that real quick. Yeah, we gotta get that. We gotta get better hards in here. That's probably better, and then I think I can just create like a basic fold effect. Yeah, like that. I think that'll do it. Oh, that's right. I forgot. I wanted to fix the look of her like pupil thing. It's a little bit off because I had to adjust the eyes a little bit. I had to as usually happens when you like kick up the detail of the drawing, you notice a little like almost always you'll notice a little like eye arrangement problems. So I had to fix that. And it ended up making some of the pupil area not align properly. Yeah, that should be probably good. I think. Yeah, that should be fun. I just gotta erase some of the perp. Should be good. Yeah. Now, if I get rid of that altogether, like the whole thing can still kind of work. So one possibility is I could greatly decrease the influence of this sort of dark part altogether. Because maybe it's a little too imposing. One option is to sort of like make it less different from the actual iris color and stuff. This is kind of in a strange uncanny valley spot. It's hard to say. Let me look at some crap real quick, just so I can make a more informed decision. Because one option is actually to even just straight up make it like a bright color. I think even can work. No, not as is. But yeah, like make it, yeah, exactly, like that can actually. That can actually kind of work, yeah. If you, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually opt for like a gradient on it. I'm just gonna dupe it, and I'm gonna give it a little gradient. This might be a bad idea, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's just too busy. I do like the concept more than just letting it stay. Maybe if I just take this and darken it a little bit. Yeah, I think I like this better because it's a little less imposing. Yeah. So that way you can look more at the actual contour of the eye itself, the iris as a whole, less than the actual rings in the middle of it. And I think this should actually probably be, as a result, should actually probably be like a dark blue. Take further stress off of the exact contour shape. I think that's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's good. Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to change the nose highlight a little bit 'cause it's too like green. It's hard for me to see on this water. Distinguish between certain yellows and stuff because it bluens everything. So certain yellows and greens that are very bright look almost interchangeable, and I have to like move it onto some other monitor sometimes. Where's yeah, so I just want to take this, and I think I'll just manually do it. I'll just manually change it because it just ends up looking too greenish. I gotta look what it looks like. I also have to plug in my phone. Yeah. Yeah, it's just too greenish. I think I want it to, that means I want it to be more orangey. And I think it affects, this highlight a little bit as well. Alright, that should be better. Maybe slightly that. Alright, that should be good. Plug in my phone. Take another piss. Yeah. Eyes are kind of brutal, especially like they're definitely like one of the things that like if you look at like even like a professional and you look at their progression from like good to like amazing, you'll always notice that like the eyes, especially like everything just looks like so much like tighter in this area as they go. Because especially the more detail you add, like the higher the sort of conceptual resolution of the drawing is, like the more detailed of a thing you're describing, like the more each little thing has to be right and stuff. It's very, very difficult. Really hard stuff to get right. Because that used to like confuse me for a while. Like I would sometimes do something, like I'd like rough a face and it seemed like okay. But then as I'd pack on detail and go to the next stage and stuff, certain things start to look terrible. And you'd kind of wonder what's going on, and a lot of that is just because as the detail kicks up and stuff, as the thing becomes more fine-grained, the demands for balance and everything goes up. Okay, we're gonna erase this a little bit. Yeah, it should be fine. I think I'm just gonna move this in general over a little bit. I heard that if you're gonna draw eyelashes and make sure everything else has details as oh yeah, that makes sense for sure. Because they're essentially gonna suggest they're essentially saying to the viewer, look for things of this level of precision. You know, look for details of this level of precision. One of the ones Saito pointed out was, especially if you have like fine strands of hair entering the face, you know, like lots of like little bits of hair crossing over onto the face, like that's a big one for like telling the viewer, oh, look for those, you know, this is about detail, like look for detail, which definitely changes the conceptual resolution a lot. So as I said, like, you know, a lot of little things, you know, that's why a lot of little things you want to, you know, just kind of let, as long as they're going in a good direction, let them move till the end. I do be spamming those. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. It's always like, there's just a good feeling to, you know, increasing the complexity of like hair strands and stuff and getting like a really like nice complex impression out of it. It's fun to do and it's fun to look at. Okay, I think the last... Yeah, we're pretty much on track. So we just gotta do the same thing we did with these up here. We'll just go with... Go with that. Hmm. Yeah, we're gonna keep this area simple. Just have just a little bit getting hit. Um, oh, I see. Yeah, what we probably want here is a nice, like, yeah, that kind of fold. And we'll keep this one more... Try to emphasize that it's getting pinched. I don't know if that's gonna work out. Yeah, it's too bright when compared to this area. Just needs to be a little bit brighter, and I think it's fine. So let's just make this area bright, and then let's make this area a little dark. Yeah. Maybe we'll do that. Not sure exactly. I'll worry about this at the end. I'm just gonna put some, just put a little bit of hue variety in there. And we'll call this a day for now. I think, yeah, what we'll do is we'll take this color and we'll give that like a reflected feeling. That should help. And then we could do it a little bit in that area. Oh, let's put the Eero trace on it, because I totally forgot. It's always going to look a little weird until we do that. Alright. I think, yeah, I went too far with them. That's a little bit. Alright, let's see what happens with the Eero trace. I don't remember where this layer is. There it is. Ah, fuck, this is the same layer as the hair. That portion of the hair. Eurotrace, yes, that is colored lines. And I don't know why it's called that, but that's what they call it at any rate. I don't think it has a Western term, just because they so rarely talk about lines in the West. So I don't even know if it has a term outside of Japan. So let's throw in a little bit of kind of like a pinkish purpley thing for some of this. Yeah, and then I just want to kind of anchor it with a little bit of a dark blue, like here. Not like super happy with how this area came out, but I think if I just whiten up parts of it, actually it will help. I think I just need to take this and just literally just brighten up parts. Yeah, like that should help. Maybe brighten up that area slightly. Hard to say. We'll just leave it like that for now. I'm not really super convinced on any of this yet, but any of the how I handled the white parts, but we'll figure it out. For one, I think the entire thing just ended up not being blue enough, so I'm just gonna kind of make it more blue. That's too much. That might still be too much. Yeah, I think that's good. Probably. We'll do the rest of this orange part now, and that should give a good kind of impression of like what the final impression should be once that goes on. I might, if that gives me a pretty confident impression of the final impression, then I'll stop there for now and I'll start working on the SD characters. If it doesn't, then I'll just keep going. I'll do the blue parts and the shoes and stuff. Okay, we gotta figure out what the orange shit's gonna look like. As far as I think I gotta pull up I think who I should pull up for this to kind of help with some ideas for what hues to use. I guess. No, not that. I really like the. I absolutely love the hues she used here. It's a little different. It's a little bit more of a. I don't know my oranges, but it reminds me more of like a clementine, whereas this is supposed to be more like a mandarin. Yeah, it's much closer to. I can't really show the CG in full on stream, but closer to this type of thing. But that's a very like. That's like a fiery kind of monochrome composition. So we need something a little more subtle. I just want something that gives me a good idea, not necessarily something that's actually like similar per se. Oh, honestly, I think, yeah, like the look of Uzume's. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to show that on stream, but the look of Uzume's like tie and like her underwear might kind of give me a good idea of what I'm looking for. There's also just this. There's also just it's like the cushion of this pod. Any of these things would help. They're all like a little bit like more like fiery than exactly what I'm trying to do. But also, where's just where's Neptune's Ziggy Tachi? Because that would help a lot. Sharp can't find him. Oh, yeah, Uni's jacket here is also kind of close, but it's a little more like rustic an impression. The orange of this is actually pretty similar, but it's brighter. But anyway, any of these will help. And then What artwork was the first image you showed from? Probably still the Visual Chronicle one. I'm trying to remember what because that's pretty much because I have the first art book she released physical. I don't think anyone uploaded that to the internet. The Visual Chronicle is not exclusively her art, as in Tanako's art. It's just random. It's mostly hers, but it's just anything that was contributed to the projects. Trying to think what was the first thing I showed. Also, image viewer just crashed on me. What was the first thing I showed? Ah, yeah, that's just a personal illustration she did. For her Dojin illustration collection. She put it in that. I think she calls them Cannery, like Cannery Volume 1, Cannery Volume 2. It's probably in one of those. Alright, let's do this. I have a pretty good image of how this should look. Yeah, alright, let's do it. I sort of am starting to feel like I have to crap, which I hope does not happen. Why is image viewer just the biggest piece of shit ever? Image viewer just completely crashed on me.
Wait, which one are you using?
The friggin' stupid built-in one.
What happened to your,
I just forgot.
Fucking PureRef type.
Alright, I'm gonna pull up PureRef. Hold on, I gotta, in case PureRef, I gotta turn off the screen for a sec in case PureRef pulls up some shit that's not supposed to. Alright, we can come back. Okay. Alright, let's do it. Oh shit, was that not supposed? Okay, alright. Alright, we're good. Yeah, back fix. I wanted to watch the other match of the semifinals in Jimothy's tournament are going on right now. And sometimes he narrates them himself. And I watch those ones. I don't like watching the other ones because the other people don't have the same charisma. So he narrated one and I was like, sweet, so I watched that. And then the last one he put up, I turned on, I'm like, oh sweet, he narrated this one as well. And then the woman starts talking. I'm like, no. No, I can't do this.
So he had like
He co-com.
stream. Oh,
Yeah, he co-commentated with a
Yeah, that's not good.
with a girl. I was like, no. That's in some ways that's worse than if she was on her own.
Yeah.
Alright, let's do this. Okay, so it has to feel bright enough, but it can't distract from the face and hair. It's very important. It has to be vibrant, but not a distraction. Several months ago, when I did that one Zundamoon sketch, I made a mistake with that one. I didn't make the clothes vibrant enough. Yeah, this one, the clothes are too far apart from the rest because I was worried about taking away attention. I think they're too close in hue also. This might have been able to work a little better if the hue was farther. I'm not sure, but at any rate, I gotta make sure I don't. I liked it on my alt. Yeah, I gotta make sure I don't do that. Gotta make sure that doesn't happen. That was from like March this year or something. It was a long ass time ago. Alright, let's do it. Yeah. Alright, so the first question is just, how is this base color? Should I brighten it? Probably should not brighten it. Should I saturate it? Probably not, but maybe very slightly is better. Yeah, because it feels a little bit dull. Yeah, I think that's good. As far as the hue, should it lean towards? Yeah, it should not lean towards yellow. I don't think. No, definitely not. If it's gonna lean more towards one, it should be blue. It should lean closer. As far as like yellow versus blue, it should definitely lean closer to blue. But it can't. It still needs to clearly state its orangeness. Yeah, it actually did. I actually like that. Yeah, it looks very like idly. It's actually a good look. Or like somewhere in this area. Yeah, this is something like this with maybe a little less saturated. Yeah, I actually like this a lot. Maybe if she was like in a fighting game and had an alt alpha, that'd be a good pick. Yeah, let's go with this for now. Yeah, to overcook that's a tricky one. 'Cause it's like That's where trying to like state the function of everything you're doing is really important. Like what am I actually trying to achieve here? Is this like a tangible, you know, what's the exact aspect of this thing that I'm trying to improve? Like, is it the gesture? Is it the composition? Is it something in the, you know, really trying to state that and admit to yourself if there's room to improve it or not. And if it's, you know, worth it. That's kind of the best way to fight that, I find. Just constantly trying to be more methodical. Defining everything you're doing. Yeah, I think. Well, now it actually is competing with the hair. Now I'm looking at it. Then it just adjust it slightly. I don't want to desaturate it too much, but. I'll just do this for now. I'll just adjust it later. I'm not gonna. I've done base colors for my piece now, but it's full mud and no real undercut. Alright, so we're gonna look for like a real yeah, we're looking for a fairly reddish expression in the shadow. A fairly boldly reddish vibe. This is probably too much. We'll just start with this for now. I forgot to check how Williams' runs are going. No, he's not playing anymore. Potter is playing. I gotta change my reference image because I can't see. I gotta pull up the full res image of Misogi's Hachier. The res is shit on it, but I gotta see what's going on. I'm just waiting for them to release these outfits in a new art book. No one on the internet, I think, actually ripped them, as far as I could find. Is that a custom brush? It's a modification of a brush I downloaded from the internet. It's a slight modification. It's called like Cobra some shit.
Yeah, the Cobra.
Yeah, the Cobra. Let's see. Cobra Venom brushes. And I mostly use the one called Fur Strands and Details. That's the one that feels very markery that I like, but there's a few other useful ones in here. Like the Clouds one. Clouds, Textures, Backgrounds. That's a good one. But yeah, I mostly stick to this one. Because this one has that kind of nice, like kind of markery feel that can be really good for that kind of like those strokes that are like hard, like what I call like the soft hard edge. It's really good for that, like stuff that like functions as a hard edge but has a softness to it. I usually associate that with like a slightly more like kind of light, slightly toony-ish look. I'm just trying to get a feel for what I want with the color here, because this is obviously way too dark. An impression. But I gotta just adjust the shadow shapes just enough where I can kind of get the feel for exactly what kind of dark light balance I'm looking for. Yeah. Here's this crap res version of it. There's a couple other ones I have, but they never released an actual. Yeah, like here's another one. And this, unfortunately, this magazine scan or photo is the best res we got at the moment. There might have been some kind of article or something that showed it off better. I didn't bother scouring too much. Like it's possible, like maybe a Famitsu article or something that can be grabbed digitally showed it a little better, but I'd have to really dig. Just hopefully the art book drops. Maybe volume 4. That would have it, I think. Unless I missed it in 3. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure 3 came out before these outfits dropped. These outfits dropped in late 2022. I don't think an art book has come out since then. Okay. So, I think we need to brighten up both of these, I think. This is just, yeah, it's fundamentally too dark. It should probably just be more saturated too. And I think it is. I can't tell if it's competing the orange impression or not. What happens if it gets yellower? No, yeah, it gets too bright feeling when it gets yellower, so it definitely wants to go more this direction. Ah, shit, I just hit X by accident. I can't believe I just did that. I can't believe dumbness. Start with that for now.
Definitely gotta stick technique and stuff at low res first and then
Yeah.
again at high res. Because you just end up like correcting too much shit. Yes. It definitely saves more time. Until you get sick enough where you don't have to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I think I like it like this. I think I like it like this. The shadow just needs to get red enough. Yeah, and then I think I can start. Alright, no, that's way too red. I think this will work. I think this will work as a base, and I can just start hitting it with the gradient and shit. But I wanted to actually commit to that 85. Yeah, I want to actually commit to that 85 opacity. So, okay. All right, we're gonna work with this as the base. Wait, how does this work again? Yeah, I forgot how. Yeah, since it's not full yeah, it's not full opacity. It's what I can do is I can take this. I can duplicate the layer, merge it down, lock transparent, and then I can make it that slightly brighter color. Okay. So yeah, so what we want now is to make the folds the good shapes we want. It has to feel firm, but there has to be enough of like a foldy impression.
What the fuck? No journal here.
Oh shit! I should probably pull up. I should probably pull up some additional helpful images. Yeah, I think just looking at any kind of basic skirt shape should help a lot.
Storiness is a little weird. It seems like Kanye is going after Rosa, despite the fact that she's thoroughly used goods. And it's like 20 years later.
Yeah, it's like way too way too late.
Yeah, it's not clear if it's like actually him or if it's an imposter.
Oh, I see.
I don't know.
Sussy.
Yeah. It's a little weird. What is it? Time. I don't know. 39. I don't know what he's referring to. I think he's saying like kinds of behaviors a whole
I don't want to let any of the folds get too narrow. I want to make sure that they express themselves broadly enough at any given point, or it will look awkward with the contours I laid out. The drawing contours. But at the same time, it still needs to make sure that it's, you know, clearly folding. So I gotta find the right balance.
Oh,
okay, so we're gonna set this music there. We are gonna set this to multiply now, I think. But I want it to like remember what the fuck it looked like, so I'm gonna have to adjust it after to get back to this look. Brighten it, desaturate, hue it. Yeah, it's good. It's just a little too saturated. Yeah. Okay. Alright, and now between these, I'm gonna start messing with the actual hue and shit for the base. I'm just gonna use like a pretty soft pencil-y thing. And get it. Certain parts will get like, you know, pretty yellowed. So get like a bright impression. And then the other parts need the real like purpley kind of. kind of thing going. Yeah, I've gone too far, but gotta steal it. Yeah, it's a cool trick. Ichion does it all over his stuff. That's where I got it from. Creates a nice, it's like those colorful gradients that kind of give his shit that distinct look. Yeah, I think this is pretty much what we want. I think after this I can just add a third tone in little specific areas, and it should come together. I just gotta clean up the shapes a little bit. We should be in business. Gotta set this to take from the line. Oh, I forgot to. I'm actually gonna. Yeah. I'm gonna pause this and I'm gonna do the chest, the white area on her chest. Because I completely missed that. This should be... I'm not sure if it should be... It should be, yeah, it should be a little bit more on the... A little bit more towards purpley. Yeah, we can even throw a little bit of, after the third tone, maybe possibly a tiny bit of supplementary highlight would do the trick. I'll have to see. That might be a little bit much, especially because the hemming will kind of, I think, take the brunt of that. So I definitely wouldn't put a highlight on until the hemming happens. Oh crap, what am I doing? Alright, that should be good. I'm just gonna add a like a darker kind of thing in there. Not too dark though. it's too strong, you can always just lighten it up later. So we're gonna roll with that. Okay, so now we can go back and finish this. If I lighten up parts of the shadow too, it should help a lot. Okay.
Okay, it is in fact not the real thing.
That's good. No, it's a bad direction for a fold. The thing with these pleat folds is that they typically have to strongly follow the direction of the pleat itself. No, it's... They can't be too sharp. They need to. There needs to be a broadness to it. Alright, that should do that. So now I just gotta. Now I'm gonna. So I can kill this off and dupe this. I'm gonna try to lighten up parts of it. Doing time-wise, 2.5 hours in. I think like 20 minutes of that was warm-up, so not too bad. I didn't want to go too much longer than this, but so it seems like we're on track. Yeah, there's gonna be a beach indication. I'm gonna try to do it very like symbolically. Like I'm gonna look at like shafts like very symbolic-y backgrounds and stuff. I'm gonna try to get, keep it simple. Like the most return on the least work type of thing, because I don't want to be slaving away at like a background. So I'm gonna try to figure out a way to get like a nice kind of like, maybe like a tree, like a palm tree silhouette type thing, and then maybe just their shadows indicate texture or something like that. Yeah, like ambitious backgrounds are definitely not on the menu right now, but Shaftian, Shaft-esque, definitely should work. something that doesn't take more than, like, you know, maybe an hour to figure out would be good. Alright, so let's start doing the... Let's get the... No, that looks too much like this is glowing, which we don't want. I think what would actually look good here is to strongly fade that out and then come in with the Nitengo shadow, or whatever it's called, the 2.5. Might have overdone it a little bit. Yeah, it's a little too much. Because this does make stuff look like a little bit sort of like textured, which can make the material sometimes feel a little less stiff. Which is sometimes not good. Alright, so what we want is like a nice, like, dark purple-y thing. Purple tree. Kind of purpley thing here. Go over this. This is why I don't shade yet. I'm easily uncomfortable because I fixate on the shapes too much. Oh, yeah. I think one of the best ways to ease into that is actually, more than even like practicing like painting itself, is doing studies of like anime tones. Like just really focus on the tone shapes. Like you pull up like an illustration, like an anime style illustration, like as in like, you know, like promo art for an anime done by animators and stuff. If you really like look closely at that stuff, you'll see a lot of very, very like essential techniques and stuff. The kind of thing that like it really helps you fundamentally understand what you're looking for when you're putting shadows in. Like lots of design patterns and stuff you're gonna need, and how it fits in with the gesture and stuff, that kind of thing. And then from there, yeah, just straight up just doing studies of illustrators stuff and trying to, you know, match their painting. Your painting doesn't have to be like, your study doesn't have to be like as clean as their painting, because they probably spent, you know, well, first of all, they're probably very fast at what they do, and then they probably spend, you know, a decent amount of time that you don't necessarily want to duplicate every little detail, but as long as you're getting the, oh shit, don't do that. As long as you're getting the the essence of their thing, right? How can you tell when it's enough when shaping the shadows? I would say that that's a good question. I would say focus. Focus is everything when it comes to shadows. Think about the part of the the character that's supposed to be getting the most focus, and make sure that what you're putting in does not distract from where you want the focus to go. So like right here, for example, this is actually bugging me because I think it's too complex right now. So I actually have to simplify a little bit because it's distracting me. So that's sort of my thought process right now. I would say, yeah, focus is always number one with shadows, because the whole point of shadows is to direct focus. Like, obviously it's to give the thing structure, it's to imply structure and stuff, but even more than that is, even more than implying structure is direct, changing the focus of things. So something's like, in a low, if you make something low contrast through the way you, I don't like that either, I had it better before. If you make something lower contrast in the way you toned it, then it's going to draw less attention. If you made it high contrast, it's going to draw more attention, stuff like that. Yeah, see, the issue is how dramatic this V shape is. So we gotta simplify a little bit. Yes, exactly. Yeah, we're gonna. This is gonna be like a struggle point. I gotta figure it out. I think I should probably just opt for. Yeah. See, that's the other thing too. Is that's why it's best to just zoom the fuck out, see the light, zoom the camera out and see the light, and just make broad strokes sometimes in moments like this. Yeah, like I can kind of see it now. So let's like kill this off. Let's kill this off. Squinting is good too. Squinting is always good for the general impression. Yeah, so that's a good good example of what I'm talking about. And obviously you noticed, so you're probably doing pretty well. No, see, that's too much. I think I will probably Oh, that's the other thing too. Because of that, because focus is so king, obviously concentrating shadows into like groups is huge. So like for example, like drawing a line where, not necessarily literally, but like being like, okay, from everything to the left of here on the skirt that's like the land of shadow, meaning like anything light in there is a contrast bringer. It's now the exception, and this area is the land of light, so anything shadow there is an exception. Obviously a lot of people have this as a tip. This is a tip you hear all the time. I don't know if people lay it out this simply though. I feel like some people describe it too complexly. And yeah, this is the land of shadow. This is more the land of light. So it's like, that's obviously really helpful because it helps you know like how much contrast you're creating at any given time. It's like, oh, if there's a ton of light in the land of shadow, then I'm either making lots of high contrast focal points, or I'm straight up muddying it up to the point where it's losing its focus and contrast. So cash out. Yeah. Well, it depends on a lot of things, like if you're gonna have like a third shadow or not. For example, if there's this like fold pockets. Let me show you. Let me show you a good example. Yeah, like here, for example. Okay, so everything from like here, everything basically running from below the chest area on the shirt into the armpit is all shadow stuff. And so the light in here is exception. But if you look, this fold is still making effectively what is more or less a cast shadow in this armpit area. And that's just because it would just simply be too low contrast otherwise, because that's like a tension point. That's a really important part of the drawing in defining the gesture. So it's like good to draw attention to that part. Plus, it just structurally feels more, like solid to have a shadow there. So that's always things to look out for. Yeah, that's why it's really unusual to see stuff that doesn't emphasize. It's really unusual to see something that's just two tones. And like in terms of illustration, when there's more detail, it's just two tones, and then there's nothing to like create harsher tiers of darkness within those tones. That's more unusual for more detailed illustration. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's always safer when you're in Shadowland to just default to just let it be dark. Then choose your focal points where, okay, this should get light as a focal point. This should get yet darker as a usually less. Making it even darker in the shadow area usually is less of a focal drawer, a focus bringer, than making it light in the Shadowland area, but it's still an increase in focus. And the nice thing about illustration, as opposed to because it's not minimalistic, you can if you want to put light in the shadow area, you can choose how light. It doesn't have to be. You're not forced to make it super light. You can make it a little. So you can really fine tune the level of focus with that. That's also why it's best to always just lay your thing out broadly. you know, then give it a day. Just sit on it. That's actually why I'm about to stop in a sec. Lay your main crap out. Sit on it overnight. And then come back. Yeah, because, see, that's the problem. I don't want to, I got to be careful with exactly where I'm putting the second tone, because it can get too much if I'm not careful. Gradients too. Gradients are great for, you know, controlling focus. Because what gradients do is they essentially prepare the contrast ahead of time. So it's like gradients create obviously broad contrast. So that's kind of like, okay, here's this leg, and as the leg gets lower, it gets brighter towards the knee. So as it goes up, it gets darker. Therefore, this shadow cast by the skirt doesn't have to be as shocking because the leg's already getting darker as it's getting there. So you can really fine-tune focus. Illustration lets you fine-tune focus with many more tools than just flat tones only. It's kind of like the difference. It's kind of like how you have more dodging options in a 3D video game than a 2D one. There's just more things you can do to get the effect you want. You have more options. But that can also mean more things to goof. So it's kind of like, it's kind of it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off between control and just more shit to worry about. Easier control, but harder. More shit to manage. Yeah, like I'm not super convinced. What I'm probably gonna do, in moments of doubt, when in doubt, I feel like it's always best to just lay out your first thoughts, and then just let it baste overnight. Just do the thing that just you feel like comes to you, and then just let it chill. Yeah, like I'm already having ideas for what I want to do with some of this tomorrow, but I don't want to go too hard with any of them until I see it again. Anything focus related, it's always best to trust yourself less the more time you've spent on something. Like trust your eyes less and less the longer the session is gone. For anything focus related. Yeah, that's something. Trust no one. Except for us. All right, except for us. Yeah, and then the last thing, I'm gonna do this just super quick. I'm gonna throw a little bit of detail into the hemming, just of the yellow stuff, because it's just gonna affect the impression a lot. So I just want to give a basic run over the sort of slightly metallic hemming. Where the hell is it? Okay. Also, gotta switch monitors real quick, just so I can see how we're doing. Yeah, it's close to what I want. I think I am starting to get that problem I was saying with the zoomed mode one that I don't want, where everything ends up a little too dark. But it's too early to say for sure. I think the only thing I'll do is I think I'll just slightly adjust the base. Just give it a little bit more of a glow. For now. No, I can already tell that was too much. That shouldn't have happened. If I'm to kick up the saturation a little bit, I'll just do 2 points for now. Maybe a little bit of that. I think that's a little too much though. I'll know for sure tomorrow. Yeah, so yeah, the yellow I just wanna get in the highlight stuff. So this is supposed to it gets like kind of orangey brown, because it's supposed to be like kind of, it's supposed to have kind of like a gold texture. So you get these like really harsh kind of brown moments to it, and then sort of like intense highlights. Gonna make it pretty kind of bluish in this area, because it's supposed to be pretty reflective. Nah, that looks retarded. Probably something. Sorry. Try something like that for now. And then we want something like that in there. Wait, what the fuck? No, much darker than that. I can't tell if it's supposed to be. I don't think I can hear it. Okay, yeah, we'll leave it at this for now, and I will continue tomorrow on this one. I'm definitely getting like more or less what I want. It's just gonna be like little contrast things. How are we doing on time? Okay, almost 3 hours in. Alright, that gives me a little bit of time to work on the SD stuff. Yeah, it's more or less doing what I want. I'm gonna grab my phone real quick so I can look at it through my phone camera. Yeah, it's definitely like kind of doing what I want. We're in range at least. There's a couple of things I've already. I'll just fix them tomorrow. So I don't have like an immediate great idea for them. Yeah, so I'll just put a... Alright, this time I'm gonna put, I'm gonna change my message a little bit. It's gonna... Oh, shit. Say BRB. This thing. There we go. No ambiguity now. Alright, I'm just gonna take a screenshot real quick. So I can check it out on my phone later. Oh, I don't have ShareX open. Let me hide my thing. Okay. So I'm just gonna put this here. Yeah. Yeah, I have some ideas for things I'm gonna change tomorrow, but I'll definitely have a much better idea when I see it tomorrow. Alright, so now we gotta make some SD drawings. Change the task. Some SD drawings. Let's just say SD drawings for devlog. Yeah, okay. I'm actually going to adjust what's jumping out at me right out of the gate is that I think I definitely want to see a little bit more saturation. That might do it. I'm going to take one more screen, look at it on my phone one more time, and then that'll be it. Yeah, I like that better, but I went too far. So I'm just going to knock it down. I'm going to knock it down 4, and then I'll call it a day here on this painting. Take one last screenshot. This is the part of painting that's just still very, very annoying for me. Alright, that's that. We will end it there for now for this. And let's do some SD characters. I'm a little nervous about drawing some of these characters in SD because I did make somewhat complicated outfits. And getting out the little bagging Kanyo image that you see on the screen right now. That was tricky to figure out how exactly to simplify the outfit and stuff, but hers is the most complicated, so the rest should be a little easier, I think. They also share colors a little bit, so shouldn't be too hard. Oh, am I out of there? Alright, let me grab my water. Yeah, DeVirus, I definitely agree. I do think simplification is harder than loading on details. In fact, I think that it's when someone is still very much in a learning phase. I think sometimes it can be encouraging to try and go for a more detailed thing, because it can at least an impression for sure be just like a little more forgiving. And I know that like there was a period where my policy was, when in doubt, just more complicated, and it always felt like it made things easier. I always felt like I got a better result doing that than forcing myself to target a level of detail that's maybe just not as intuitive. So I think for sure I agree. All right, so let's see here. I wrote down what I needed. Okay, so we need sort of like a base, almost like an SD Tachier, for them, for each of the 4 characters, and then from that sort of base, almost like Tachier-esque standing pose, I can derive little variations and stuff, like little pose changes and stuff. And there's only going to be a few points where I'm actually going to have to completely redraw from scratch. I think only one or two of them will have to be completely redrawn from scratch. So this should be good. Where are we at? Okay. These folders are slow. Alright, let's do it. Okay, so yeah, so we'll target kind of like neutrally pose, something that still conveys the character's personality, but is fairly neutral. You can actually just use kind of the same. I can just sort of edit the same base. I can edit the same kind of base for the others. Alright, the question is, do I want to use this brush? Or do I want to use this brush? I think for this, I'm actually going to use this one. Alright, so let's see what we can do. Let's make a sort of neutrally pose. Kind of like, it's an SD character, so there's supposed to be a little bit of like silliness, a little bit of kind of almost like unbalance inherently in the idea. Let me pull up. Pull up pictures of the characters. I gotta pull up my old initial design roughs as well, from like, they're actually pretty old at this point. I think they're like, some of them are a little over a year old at this point. This project has been like a thing for a while now, as far as the planning stage went. Yeah, so this was my initial design idea sketch. This is actually probably not going to help that much because it's, I think this is all like white. Yeah, this is pure white. This isn't going to help too much, but more helpful will be this. That I did not draw, my brother drew. Rough sketch for the Tachier. Oh my god, fucking Windows. Okay, here we go. Alright, let's do it. Yeah, with her it's gonna be more of a... Wait, where's my ship? It's gonna be a fairly... We want them to be looking like, kind of like stage play, how people stand in like a stage play where they kind of face the audience, but they're also kind of focused on the what's to the right and left of them. They're laterally focused, but they're kind of facing the stage. And you want the hips, like I was saying when I was like learning these things, the hips should feel like heavy and almost kind of comically unbalanced way. I gotta make sure I'm getting the proportions the way I want them to. Oh, let me actually just straight up pull up. Just gonna plop this in for reference sake, yeah. Just gonna... Okay, because I think I'll just straight up grab this, copy, just for consistency, just so I remember what I was going for, proportions-wise. Okay, so this circle includes hair and stuff, then I want to go a little bit smaller. With the face is occupying just like that much or something. Yeah, because if she was to actually stand and you weren't looking down, yeah, I would probably be about this. Doesn't have to be. The characters can, totally change. The SD characters are often meant to sometimes kind of wildly change a little bit according to the context. Yeah, this should be fun. This should be fun. Okay. Alright, I think I will... How did I do the eyes? Okay. Where's the okay, that's right. Yeah, so she has kind of like even eyes. Maybe this brush was a bad choice. I don't know. Hard to say. Just be a little bit of an inward, yeah. A little bit of an inward turn at the end. Or hook. As far as the probably take some adjusting to get exactly what I want with the face proportions stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so it's about... Distance is maybe a little too big. But yeah, probably more like that. That might be too big though. Or too small, rather. Yeah. So the eye shape I'm looking for is kind of like, yeah, flat-ish on the top, hook down, like that. It's like a slight, it's supposed to default to a slightly stern impression. Okay. How much white did I show? Okay, so the white is supposed to be a little bit, just, yeah, a tad thin. A little bit on the thinner side, keep things rounder feeling. Yeah. Okay. Alright, the expression has to be kind of neutral. Not like that. Maybe something like that, I'm not sure yet. I feel like that's too angry. I mean, those are kind of drawn as cutesy as a random dude. I put a lot of time into specifically thinking about like the shapes and stuff that you know, I personally find most cute and stuff. So it's definitely like a thing I try to specifically get efficient at. It's like I know my taste very well when it comes to what shapes and proportions and stuff I really like. So I strive to be able to as consistently do it as possible. I think we gotta, yeah. We gotta get a little bit more. There's this one video that I remember when I first got into art, like more seriously, like trying to regularly do it to try and get better. There's this one video, one of the drawing with Wacom videos, that I just thought was just the sickest shit ever. And it was really like inspiring. I gotta find it. It was one of the earliest ones. There's like 146 of them now, but this was back when there was only like maybe a little over a dozen of them. And everyone would come on and draw these like amazing illustrations on the spot and shit. But this dude, I don't remember who he is. I think he's like some kind of mangaka or something. But he just comes in with these like big balls and he's like, I'm just gonna doodle. So he just doodled some shit. And I remember finding his doodles so fuck man, I'm not gonna find out who it is easily. Maybe I just found him actually. No, there's no way I'm gonna find him. It's one of the drawing with Wacom videos. Drawing with Wacom. Anyway, he just comes in and he just fucking doodles, and it was epic. And the way his doodles felt, he just doodled these really cute characters extremely easily, and I remember at the time just loving both the way it looked and the feeling, the impression of the feeling that he gave doing it. And yeah, I never like forgot that. I continuously try to like think. I gotta find that video again because it was Kino. But anyway, yeah, that left a really strong impression. And it was specifically like ease plus cute and appealing that like really struck me about it. It was like it was easy for him and it was extremely appealing. And I remember thinking how much I wanted to be able to do something like that. I'm still like way worse than that guy, but at any rate, it always stuck out in my memory. I gotta find him again. To admit that, yeah, to draw, yeah, I know what you mean, because you have to like, you have to embrace you have to embrace a kind of yeah, like simplistic mindset. Yeah, I think that's the thing that really struck me about him was like when everyone else came in, drawing looked so complicated. Like they looked insanely good at it, but drawing looked like such a complicated thing. Because this dude made drawing look like such a simple thing. で進んでいくっていういいところは取りつつ、今回の物語と旅のシステムに完全にマッチした形でアレンジして消化しているというところがそのゲームの魅力の大きな。
freaking music.
メタバーイヴァンタジオ年末特番メインキャスト大集合スペシャル
I heard that Moe isn't an art style, but a lifestyle. Yeah, pretty much. If you think about it, because it's like the people who get like, because it's one thing to draw Bishoujo characters, but like it's a different thing to it's a different thing. There's a difference between I draw Bishoujo characters and specifically like the specific like cute maxed aspect of like more like cuteness specialized styles is like a constant. I don't know why I'm doing this. I just started drawing the wrong hairstyle. It's like a constant element. It's like a rent-free thing in my head 24/7. Like they're not like the same thing. Because there is this like weird, because obviously like elements of appeal can kind of be broken down into like four corners of like beauty, coolness, sexiness, and cuteness. And those are kind of like all competing for attention, even within a single, like a single drawing or something. We'll have some kind of representation of all of those in some way. I gotta figure out exactly what I'm gonna be doing with the bangs in a sec. For now, I'll just leave it like that. Those are all competing in a certain way. But some artists, for some artists, it's as if like the cute thing has taken up 100% of their focus, and they can't really think about anything else while making shit, because it's just a thing that you feel like there's like the essence to like all existence in that quality. And yeah, I would say that's kind of my take on it. It's like it's a thing that like you feel like anything else you want in life can extend from that. Can extend from that cuteness factor. That's kind of like my my perspective on the whole thing. I do more or less consider myself kind of that type. And that's the other thing I like. I think that's one of the other things that makes drawing fun, because writing stories is all about like conflict and shit. Oh shit, what am I doing? writing stories is all about like conflict and shit, and obviously there's something very relieving in stopping thought about anything other than cuteness investment for a temporary amount of time. That's like very like it's very relaxing to your brain, and I think that was always one of the things that like even if I wanted to like scream at my ability and shit, or lack thereof rather, I think that was always more than anything the thing that would always make me like want to keep spending time with art. It's like that obsession with specifically the cute aspect of the anime characters. Because it's kind of amazing because you can think about so many things in your day or in your life. But if you're thinking about drawing a cute character, other than the characterization of the character, like what's this character's personality, what's this character's like function and role and all that stuff, other than that information, which is supposed to directly flow into the cute factor anyway, like you can just utterly clear your mind of anything and everything that even remotely bothers you when you're thinking about that. I'm crispy only to draw cool expressions. Yeah, that's full mode. Cool is good. And even Bishoujo characters are not, Bishoujo characters even don't have to be all about cuteness. So if you wear it well, if you wear it confidently, it'll lead you to good places. That's the great thing about obviously both. Okay, the arms are definitely way too. The great thing about both male and female characters in anime is that they have such a wide range of they have such a wide range of attributes, and depending on the context, they can show one more than the other off, which is just, so like an art style is like default bias. Yo, Bato. So an artist's default bias always has like a place to really like express itself, no matter what type of character you're drawing. Because that's kind of the whole point. That's the whole point of anime characters, is to be these really well-rounded, complex types of characters. It is late, yeah. Well, it's early for me because I didn't wake up that long ago. Basically, got up at like super early morning before everyone else is up. I'm actually gonna have to go to the grocery store when it opens. So this is gonna be a short stream, but I wanted to get at least a little bit of stuff going on stream, because I was working off stream the other day, and I figured I should get back on and show what I'm up to. Okay, we want this. No, let's just. These arms are actually going to have to be a little bit longer after. A little more tucked into. Yeah, right now we're making SD characters of characters who will be the main characters in the game. So I can take these SD characters and I can show off like game concepts in the devlog. So I can show like in a kind of like semi-animated form. Okay, here's the concept of like walking through this dungeon or whatever. Here's this gameplay mechanic, etc. And some more. It's just a more fun way of showing that, like things that are planned, instead of having to show like a diagram or some shit. Okay, we gotta buff the eyes a little bit. Buff the eyes. Also, wait, no, I was not supposed to do that. And like that. Yeah, I think it'll be really fun, for sure. Cause there's this one dude that did a devlog, and when he was talking about mechanics, he did like little doodles, but they were like really simple. They were just like. Kind of like almost like gingerbread man type thing, like this type of thing, but cleaner, and it was really like good. It came off good. It helped me visualize what he was talking about in a less dry way, and so I was like, oh. Well, what about just straight up using little SD characters? Almost like when you get like people animating VTuber Kirinuki stuff, doing little like SD sort of like semi-animations off of VTuber clips and stuff. Obviously, that's really funny, and a little bit of that energy here would be good. Okay, we actually got the neck got too thick, so and I feel like it's expressing itself too lengthily. Oh, just no. I think it's the bigger problem is just that the shoulders in general should be more, a little bit more tucked. A little bit more tucked in. Shoulders really cannot get that wide as these things. How long were you drawing seriously? I got semi-serious. Well, that's the thing. I've only ever been semi-serious. There was no point in my life where I ever was like, oh, okay, I need to be. This is gonna be my thing all day, every day. I've got to get dead serious. But if we're talking semi-serious, where it's like, okay, this is the thing I am going to regularly do and try to get better and seriously make sure I regularly do this. Like every month I spend at least like 10 to 20 days putting in, at least several hours. At least a few hours. That point was late, very late 2013. And I remember because the first season, as in the first like 24 eps or 25 eps or whatever of Shingeki no Kyojin were airing. It was right around when the last couple eps aired. That's when I started getting much more serious. Alright, is this 2? This is 2. The ear is too high. And now it's too close. At the time, Psychro was kind of like the biggest thing on art YouTube. The Japanese scene, the Japanese art teaching scene was almost non-existent. There was basically almost no Japanese resources. I checked. I looked some up, and all there was either some one-off, like, technique tip articles, or whatchamacallit, or like a blog or something giving a little bit of advice or whatever. Nico Doga did have art live streaming, and people would use it a lot, and I would watch it a decent bit. So that was an okay way to learn a little bit from Japanese people, but for the most part, it was exclusively Westerners making helpful resources and stuff. And yeah, so I watched like a lot of like Psychro back then. Some of his advice was okay, some of it was not so okay. So he was very nutty and neurotic, and there was also CG Cookie was actually pretty big at the time too. And I would watch the CG Cookie. I think I did subscribe to them, and I did. That was a part of it as well. It was very few. It was a very like different kind of environment from now. Yeah. So you remember all that, yeah. Yeah, Cynic, Psycho, yeah. Now it's the Howard Flash. Yes. Yeah. I hope one day people will like look back and be like, oh, remember when he had those like mad like soul comfy streams? I feel like going to don't love what I'm doing with some of these shapes. I need something where it's like... I need something where it emphasizes the hip area, but not too... I think what we're gonna do is... Okay, I think what I'll do is, I'm just gonna kill off this arm for now. Yeah, that's true. That's true. There is no one at present in the West that is like all in on the like conventionally like moe aesthetic kind of more, you know, like something you know, like type of thing that would maybe fit in like a more like Kirara type thing. There's definitely no one like that at present. Because the biggest, if my impression is right, the biggest JP style art English speaker guy right now is the other leg should be a little is Ori Days, I think he's the biggest right now. But he uses more of a I forgot exactly what his art looks like. It's definitely not the it's definitely not like the full cute maxed meta. I think it's more, yeah, it's more the, I don't know what you call this. It's definitely closer. It's definitely closer to that than some stuff is, because it's not because like a lot of the Korean types, like they're more like defaultly kind of sharp and mature. He's definitely got a little bit more of a soft and round look, but yeah, it's more the I don't know what you call this, the I almost want to call it the Twitter meta. It's funny. A popular Japanese artist taught me for 3 years. Here's what I learned. It sounds like he's talking about Kakage. And it sounds like he's saying, like, man, Kakage, he chose me. He's like, Kakage was like, this is my successor. But in reality, he would just send in stuff for Kakage to correct on stream and stuff. More of that type of thing. Alright, we gotta fix this face. Some want to be short and tall. Yes, that's what's funny. That scene, the sort of pseudo, the sort of like jump maxer culture thing. That shit goes like way back. Yeah, or it is to become big fast for sure. He just kind of just exploded onto the scene lately, because he got a lot better the last like 2 years. He got way better. Yeah, that scene goes way back, like white manga and stuff. He goes like he had decent presence like back in like 09, I even want to say. So that scene is funny because it has there's like so much history to the kind of like semi anime kind of like jump, jump. They were really, really big on Bleach. Probably because white manga was kind of big on Bleach. Yeah, that was just like a thing for so long. But it would not. It just kind of stopped there. Like it was like kind of like unthinkable for the longest time to like actually. I mean, even then, it's not like they were still very, very much. It's not like white manga or any of his, kind of pastiches or whatever were, kind of accurately, really replicating Japanese art styles exactly. They were still using a lot of techniques exclusive to. Or what I should say is they were not using a lot of the techniques kind of critical to the JP guys. Yeah, it was kind of funny how it just kind of stopped there. It was always that scene goes so far back. Yeah, like Japanese art influence was very bottlenecked. It was very bottlenecked at that level of influence for a very long time. I don't know, where is Ori Days from? Where is Ori Days from? Is he Australian? Where is he from? I'm trying to get to like his Pixiv. So a lot of times people will put that info on their Pixiv. It doesn't seem like... Oh, Australia. Okay. So he's some kind of Australian. Yeah, that would be like kind of like unthinkable for like a non-Asian. For a very long time. Someone like him would definitely have never existed back then. More of like the rest of Asia, like starting to get into it more. Like obviously you get like Malaysians and like obviously Koreans, Chinese, sometimes whatchamacallit, what's it called again? Philippines. Sometimes Philippines and stuff. Those areas starting to, a lot of them getting more into picking up Japanese art methods and stuff and aesthetics and stuff. That obviously increased the number of people who speak English, because some of them are just, especially the Southeast Asian ones, a lot of those are just users of the normal English speaking internet, and that was like no doubt like necessary for those guys to like kind of take the initiative, because a lot of people like will see the big, oh, a fellow English speaker drawing anime, maybe I can do that too, and a lot of them don't realize until later that it's like, oh, that person's like Asian, so there's a little bit less like societal it's funny because people don't really think about this anymore. That's kind of how much things have changed, but it was a very real thing to always think about, like how much societal stigma is attached, etc. The friggin' Omori girl, who is a bit of a nut job, she had an interview where she was just going on and on and on about how it's considered like blasphemous if you're in the West and you try to draw like Japan, and shit. So, and she was, I think she's a similar age to me, so that makes sense because that's what that era was completely like. And yeah, if you like, oh, okay, this person is, oh, if there's this idea, oh, is this just like a fellow, like, non-Asian drawing anime, maybe it's okay for me to do it too. So I think that definitely helped break in the Anglosphere just in general. But yeah, there was always this thing where it was like, if you have Asian genetics, then like maybe it's like half okay, like culturally. Otherwise, it's you're a heretic. It's really funny. Sakura actually would go on and on and on and on about that. He was a broken record at one point about how much he just wanted to draw like a Japanese person, but he can't permit himself to, and it feels like society and culture won't permit him to, so he'll just never do it. And sure enough, he never did. He just ended up with like a slightly superficially anime inspired thing that pretty much everyone does now in the West. Wait, that was a thing. Are you referring to the general cultural stigma, or Sakura going on and on and on? The self-gatekeep, yeah, that was a very, very real thing. If you go, I don't know if they're still around, all of them, but if you listen to especially Sakura's more rambly vids, especially, he goes really into it, and he does not really stop with that. Like, he had a period where it was just every single video that wasn't like a strict tutorial video was him going on and on about his struggles with. Yeah, because even, that's what I'm saying, like, yeah, even dudes like what Mark Brunet is doing now is like basically like the minimal. It's kind of like you almost will not see less than that at this point with like so many people. Yeah, sorry. Fuck fraud. Hey Suri, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we're just working on some visuals that are going to appear in the devlog. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. She's gonna be the sort of the main heroine of the game, so that's good. But yeah, the Psyker shit was wild because for me, watching him was very illuminating at the time because I feel like a lot of people were more like, even though the stigma was in full force and it was very aggressive, a lot of people were scared to point out and state that it was a thing, even if it was happening right before their eyes. A lot of artists were scared to say it's a thing and challenge it at all because the threat was always, and Psyker literally would talk about this, the threat was always that makes you an extremely low skill artist. That was always the thing. And if you want to draw like a Japanese person, it's because, and it's really, really funny because
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
yeah, it really does show how much the times have changed because if anything, the West has become very kind of a little bit has been kind of approaching this all bodies are beautiful kind of thing with art more and more and more where skill doesn't matter. Yes, they were just scared to be judged as a weeb in general, which was considered you were considered kind of a low quality human being, let alone the fact that you were considered maybe like a coper with art. You'd also just be considered a individual of low character in general. So yeah, that was it's quite a funny time. And listening to Psykra be such a basket case was really illuminating for me at the time. It was really helpful to hear that because yeah, he was kind of putting all this stuff to kind of a word that a lot of people weren't, and so it was nice to hear someone just kind of regurgitate in a kind of mangled but articulate form all the kind of fears and struggle with the current cultural climate that was going on. So yeah, that was actually really nice to listen to.
The irony of it though is calling it a cope thing when obviously it's the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. It's always just the opposite. Yeah, it's and it's funny because I don't think anyone would even challenge that now. I don't think.
Well, exactly. I think that's part of what influences their how the thing they've devolved into actually adopting this kind of communist cope
yes.
thing.
Yes.
So the skill doesn't matter.
Yeah. The skill doesn't matter thing is definitely the way more common kind of stance they take, and so it is wild how much culture has
I completely forgot
has
about
shifted.
That. I completely forgot that it used to be this it's lower. It's it's a lower skill and all that.
Yeah, the whole nine. Yeah,
completely forgot about that.
Yeah, it was a whole big thing.
That's insane.
I want this area to just be higher up. So yeah, that was fun. It was fun back then to try and that's why I wish I had started taking art more seriously 5 years sooner, because then I could have been decent during that era, which would have been fun. But regardless, that was a fun era because trying to draw a Japanese person was like, it felt like some like secret freaking, you know, it felt like some secret like some crazy shit. It felt like some crazy shit you were doing. It was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with this right now, to be honest. We're gonna revert. Yeah, it felt like you're doing like some by studying Japanese art. It felt like you were doing like some secret kind of like epic, kind of badass heretical thing. And it was fun too, because I was learning Japanese at the same time. So it was fun to like go on the Japanese internet and be like, it felt very everything just felt very kind of like exclusive and secretive at the time, and so many VNs, like most VNs were not translated at the time too. So if you're reading VNs, or at least trying to read them, you know, that felt really fun and secretive too. It was just, yeah, it was an interesting time. It was sad because it was the dying. It was the twilight years of Nico Doga, which in my opinion is the coolest thing to ever happen on the internet. Was the prime of Nico Doga, 2007 through 2013ish. So yeah, for 2013, 14ish. So it was sad that was on its way out, but I did get to catch some of it at least. And that was soul as fuck. But yeah, it would have been really, really fun to have just had everything happen for me like 5 years ahead of time, because I would have been able to more directly participate in everything. Is what it is. I'm sure that 10 years from now we'll look back to this era, and it will feel like as different as that 2013, 2014 era felt. And we'll remember like the people like Ori Days and shit. Like, oh yeah, I remember that. When that was like kind of a new thing. It's crazy though, because that's why shit like the existence of some kind of Western Ota Movement. Yeah, no, I was black-pilled on the Western Ota Movement for a period. But I'm really not black-pilled anymore on it. I'm pretty white-pilled on it. I think it's real. I think it's actually a thing. I think it's happening as we speak. I'm convinced now that it's a real thing. And yeah, it's just a matter of time before it makes itself obvious. I think we need a little bit more labor. Yeah, I'm white-pilled on the Western Ota Movement. I think you just have to look at the big picture and some of the details a little closer. But yeah, that's why it was like mind blowing that like, I know it was like a rough kind of, you know, it was a very rough kind of indie project or whatever. But Katawa Shoujo was still kind of mind blowing because it was a bold step forward into the sort of like it was a bold step forward for Westerners into you know, Japanese exclusive things. and it was just kind of one of kind. It was so early for what you expect from that type of thing, and then it was just kind of a one of a kind incident that just not completely one of a kind, but like near one of a kind. It kind of marked the limit for such a thing for a long time. So it's a very mysterious, interesting thing that happened. Aside from the animification of everything, what is it exactly? I would say the crucial things. I would say that there's two things. I would say that there's two things more than anything that for some reason I just cannot get a leg. I am even. Oh, I know why. It's because I'm not happy with the fucking hip shape. It's never gonna come out or anything. Just move that over. I would say two things. There's two crucial things. I would say one is. One is spread of JP fluency, and there is no question I have seen Japanese fluency increase amongst Westerners. Like it's there. I wasn't sure, but now I'm like positive. Like even if it's small, still it's so much higher than it used to be, and even just people who aren't even like learners usually have like at least a little bit of experience to the point where like I think there's like a shockingly large number of like kind of like closet like N5 level people and stuff who don't really like to point out that they're like learning or have learned a little bit and stuff because maybe they don't want to be judged for not taking it super seriously. But I think there's a lot of those. I think there's way more N1s than there used to be. Even if they didn't take the actual test, I think there's a lot of people at that level than there used to be and stuff. And then people, you know, even much better than that, getting, you know, closer and closer to native. I think there's a lot more people like that than there used to be. I know, you know, many myself, and I've seen them get better throughout the last, you know, years and stuff. So I would say this is one, and then two is spread of JP exclusive creative methods. So that means like the specific ways they do art is going to be the really the main one right now. That's going to be the first one. It will be some time before we start getting more people doing what I've started doing, which is like writing fiction and stuff in Japanese, trying to do it, trying to write identically to, you know, like otaku media. I think it'll be some time before that becomes more, you know, widespread, but I think that's right behind. Yeah, yeah, that's. I just took it for granted that me and my friends are casually asking each other about new Jap vocab. Yes, no, that's a. It's definitely, yeah, not alone there. It's it's not like it used to be where, Japanese language was kind of black boxy outside of like the most stereotypical. Like weeb phrases that everyone knew, or words, but like a much more general knowledge has spread, no question. So definitely a thing. Because that's the thing too. The art and the language part, they promote each other, because now that Japan has all these nice like YouTube resources for learning and stuff, you know, people like Saito and Hyde bringing in just insanely good numbers, and offering what so many people want in a way that you know, the West is not currently offering. That encourages, that brings more people to learn, at least to some extent, stuff like that. So they definitely encourage each other. No question. Alright. I was thinking of maybe doing like a bent thing as a default pose. Might be too much. Also, this leg just needs to be longer. It's just not long enough. So yeah, that's why I have faith in the whole thing. Yeah, because it is very different. It's definitely just not the same as it used to be. I think we need a little bit more here. And a little. No, this might be fun. Yeah, definitely a thing. I think that in the future, the like 10 years from now, it will probably be just a relatively accepted common thing that if you if you're the type of person who really likes like weeb media, like anime or VNs, anything like that, it's almost like a given you're probably gonna get like at least close to like N2 or something, or at least like N3. I think in the future we'll start seeing that, if I had to guess. Hard to say for sure, but and yeah, I'm gonna try to encourage people and help them with writing shit in JP, because obviously you gotta get really good for that. But it is definitely a thing that people can be doing, and the more the things I make doing that can get known, the more other people will want to obviously do it too. So. Let's pull this down. This is your account, yeah. I'm if someone says a really long Japanese number to me, like, you know, like well, because of index, Jumon Sanzen is like obviously like utterly burned into my brain because they just say it so many times. But if it's like Rokujuyon Man, see, I can't even immediately like think what should come next. Like Yonsen Sanbyaku Niju Q like N, let's just say money. While saying that, I couldn't remember. I can't keep the image of the number in my head. It's too. You have to like. You're competing with natives who went through all of school in math class, doing math with those numbers and stuff. It's just hard to get that. There are training apps that will train this, but it's like, nah, I can't really be bothered. It will be some time before I just hear a number and I'm like, oh yeah, that's the number. Yeah. The counters are tricky, and the thing about the counters is that some of them are kind of obscure even for native standards. So it's not that bad when you realize that. When you realize that, like, even natives don't know some of the more obscure counters or have to, like, remember, you know, which one a thing gets. And a lot of them just end up being, you know, ko. I think that, which is just ko. I probably wrote this wrong. I don't really write kanji, but a lot of them end up just being ko. Like Rokko, Nanako, stuff like that. Yeah, wa. Yeah, they're both wa. It's really funny. That one I'll never forget too, because wa is also the one. If you count like numbers of stories, like episodes, that's wa. And Gochi Usa uses wa for it, but it uses the rabbit wa for its. It uses the rabbit wa for its the bird or rabbit wa for its episode counter. So that's one I'll never forget either. You sometimes you need those experiences with a specific thing that goes like, oh, how close are you to Japanese native level? It depends what you're talking about, because basically there's 4 categories. There's writing, as in literally handwriting. I kind of hopeless in that. I can write hiragana, I can write katakana, and I can write like a number of kanji, but not a ton. So I'd be considered way below native in that. Listening, my listening skills are decent. Definitely not native level. Reading, I would definitely contend with like I could follow along reading for any sort of, like, if I was plopped in a classroom with like 9th graders, there would probably be no issue whatsoever. But I am slower than natives at reading, for sure. Like my rate is just not as fast. Like they can read up to like, sometimes they can get 40, 50 characters an hour. For me, it's always going to be between 15 and 30k an hour. And there are sometimes still words I do have to sometimes look up and learn. When it comes to actual output, like writing like a letter or writing fiction in Japanese, that's the thing I've been really concentrating on this year, and I'm confident I can say I can do that as long as I have the internet to like remind myself about things or use a thesaurus, shit like that. I'm confident to say at this point I can do that like near native. Usually what I do is I write shit and then I send it in on like high native. They correct it, give me feedback, whatever, stuff like that. And the feedback has been getting very like good in terms of like what actually needs to get fixed is really, really minimal at this point. It's usually me just overlooking something that I already knew anyway, like more of a brain fart thing. Sometimes I send something in, it's just perfectly fine as is, stuff like that. So yeah, that's why I'm going to be able to write my whole game in Japanese, no problem. I just need to make sure that I have some natives to read it over and give little pointers, just nudge things into the right spot. Speaking, I just don't have much speaking experience, so I'm not a good speaker. I'm just not good at speaking Japanese. My accent is also terrible. I sound like the stereotypical gaijin from anime, like Pegasus and Yu-Gi-Oh, like you know, like that. That's pretty much how I sound. And I don't plan on doing anything about it in the near future, so I'm just stuck that way. Oh, that's right. I also had the other reference. it up real quick. I'm gonna hide the screen first. My pitch accent, yeah. Bitch accent. I am not learning that shit anytime soon. One day, perhaps. Yeah, so these ones I drew, I think early this year, if I remember correctly. I was trying to figure out what her hair should look like and stuff. I would do things a little differently now. Also, some of the face stuff is a little off, but this was just to help with the design. The face is actually a little bit off on all these, but this was just to help with the getting a feel for the design. Yeah, like I wouldn't do that contour. Yeah. There's a lot of things I would do differently, but I just wanted to pull this up to remember what I was thinking. They are really good. Thank you, Bono. This proportion is what I ever drew. Appreciate it. I gotta fix this leg because it's not quite right. I think I'll probably stop and head to the store after I finish the hair on this one. It's just gonna be a short stream today. But tomorrow I'll be back and I want to get one of these to finish. Or at least close to it. Doesn't necessarily have to be finished. Yeah, I actually loop the I am East Coast, but I loop my schedule. I don't live on like 24 hours. So it changes a little bit every time. It's like what Liam King's used to do before he became nocturnal. It's at least a nice. It's nice because it at least lets you get temporarily on the same time zone as some non-Americans and stuff. I think we need a little bit more torso length. It's just too small for how big his legs are. Alternatively, you can just shrink the legs. Let's just shrink the legs. Yeah, that's good. I think the popularity of that certain style era ended around Date Alive, and I never seen it, especially the big guys. I love that era, Mike. Yeah, well, the if we're talking specifically Date Alive, that was Tsunako, who has a very kind of like her style has kind of been like a very how do I put it? Uniquely identifiable, easy to adapt to changes in eras type of style. So, here's like a recent drawing from her. She's still, this isn't that different from the way she drew, even back with Date Alive. She's just a lot better now. And she's using some new, kind of like new fancy tricks that didn't really exist back then. So she's kind of still doing her thing, and she's one of those types of artists who will probably, kind of like how Akio Watanabe never really had to change his look too much depending on the era. He kind of just brought in new techniques and stuff. So she'll always kind of be like that. Yes, she is the guy. Yes. Yeah. Otherwise, it's. There's a couple different... that would actually be a fun talk, like all the different kind of like categories of like popular like styles of meta and stuff at the moment and stuff. I keep using I describe that area. For me, I just go, oh, so you mean Sunako? So I don't think of that era at all. I just think of Sunako. I do know what you mean because the way Date A Live looked in anime form is obviously going to be more reflective of how people animated and stuff at that time. So that is a decent kind of reminder of that era for anime. But when it comes to the base style, yeah, I just my mind just goes straight to Sunako because she's like the artist I study the most at this point, and she's like my favorite one and shit. So, but I do know what you mean, yeah, because the tens was an interesting era where it had the early tens, first half of the tens. It had traits of obviously now, and it had traits of the O's still kind of coming along for the ride, and it also had some of its own unique traits that are almost like prototypal ideas of stuff you see now. I've never like closely examined all this, so I'm not about to like describe it all fluently. But yeah, it's a very like, in retrospect, it's one of those things that you know, you definitely recognize and remember now as a thing, for sure. Okay, I see. I wanted a core lock, then I wanted a side weaker lock to kind of come out. But not like that, that's too curly looking. Yeah, he was what we started with him looking closely at Engage Kiss, and he found that the animator's way of doing things was kind of dominating his impression, and he was finding it a little bit tricky to merge with his native way of doing things, so he started looking just more directly at Sunako herself, and he found that very easy to incorporate into his own native way of doing things. So that's how we ended up at where we've ended up. It's pretty interesting because actually funny. All right, I don't know what I'm doing with this contour. This is no good. We're just gonna start with a bold heavy lock, and then we'll add all things to yeah. Much more like this. So the way he draws is primarily based on the way Naoyuki Onda draws, who's like one of the kind of like gods of the industry, best known for his realism styles or various like. Would you say he ever breaks into like kind of semi-realism? Maybe an impression sometimes.
Yeah, impression sometimes.
Yeah, he has this kind of almost minimalistic and impression kind of realism thing sometimes, or he can do a more boldly realism look. He's kind of like, he has a very distinct look that you recognize once you know how to look for it, but at the same time, he changes production to production as animators tend to and stuff. So at any rate, he has a very specific way of doing things, and what we're kind of getting is his philosophy of drawing with like as if Sunako was like the Genon. Yeah. She was the Genon. the Genon is like original concept. It's the original designs that the animator then takes and designs for animation. So with our game, it's kind of like if Onda was the character designer, with Sunako as the Genon. But it's not entirely her because he has to he has to look at like my drawings and shit and my character ideas. So I'm more technically the Genon, but at any rate, that's what Orcastle is the product of. I'm learning just as we speak. Thanks. Yeah, it's funny because if Onda used to work with AIC quite a bit, and if he was still with them, like more proactively, we might have actually seen him do a little bit of maybe do a few cuts or some drawings for Data Live if he was still mingling with them at the time. But I don't believe it ended up happening. So next time I watch, I'll pay close attention. Maybe it's possible it still could have happened, but I don't think it did. So just kind of like slightly missed the boat on that. That would have been really interesting to see. Oh shit, what am I doing? Right, let's just merge this stuff. Okay, alright. I think I finally got a thing I'm happy with here. And it's funny because Sunako's style is a little bit closer to some of those realism styles than you might initially think, because her style is kind of like a unique take on the Bishoujo-ge styles, like the classic Bishoujo-ge styles, like the stuff you see in more like moe-driven visual novels. Hers is kind of like a sort of unique take on that, and a lot of the thing about those styles is that they were mostly pioneered by female artists, taking shoujo styles and making them cuter and like more sexually appealing. And the thing about a lot of those shoujo styles is that a lot of them are inspired by both realistic features and doll-like features, which are obviously sort of like caricatures of real-life features. So yeah, it's interesting when you start seeing the DNA running through these different styles and stuff. So it's like it's like a complex network of it's like a complex like DNA network of different, like every art style is like its own like species with like ancestors and relatives and shit like that. It's really, really interesting. It's one of those things you could just kind of get absorbed in the history of that for like a really long time, like learning all the little cool things like that. Yeah, exactly. Mangakas with their mentorship lineages, obviously, like kind of like how obviously. Complete mental block. What's his name?
Who?
Obata. Yeah. Kind of like how Obata famously mentored, Watsuki and Yabuki and someone else too. I think I just don't remember who. Yeah. So they share traits and stuff. It's really interesting. This feels cluttered, but I think that should help. Yeah, we'll adjust the details later. I feel like there needs to be like another. I want like a counter contour. Yeah, to like. I just don't want it to look like weird and like forced. That's going to be tricky. I'm probably just going to have to let this sit. Take a look tomorrow. Figure out exactly what I want with that. Yeah, because there's all these different, because it's like in the broadest sense, you can categorize anything into like a realism style, a semi-realism style, and a non-realism style. But yeah, they have like a more like within each of those is like different schools of thought for how to approach that, and some of them like gradiate into each other in like weird and interesting ways. So some like non-realism styles actually have it's the Vosh. Like some white people are more genetically similar. Or no, not even some white people. The average white guy is more genetically similar to the average black guy than he is the average white guy. Kind of sounds like that. But if that was like actually true, it's not literally that. But yes, some non-realism styles can actually be more related to realism styles than they are to maybe like a semi-realism style that's superficially more similar looking. Stuff like that. There's all sorts of weird, maybe initially unintuitive stuff that just kind of makes sense once you find out what these things were built from and where they, what tricks they're using, what techniques they're using and stuff. It's very interesting. Alright, so we just finish up the side tail, and then that should be it. Now that's too... Can't tell if that contour is just too much. It's definitely too much. Shit. I think something has to happen with this one. I think this one's just too... too oppressive. What I had going actually was kind of better. I probably should have just kept it for the time being. Yeah. No, this is getting retarded. Probably a good. probably a good stopping point in that case. I'm just gonna try to fiddle. And tomorrow we'll be figuring out the outfit, which should be interesting. If I was able to do it on the other one, the Kanyo one, then this one should not be too bad, because this outfit's a little bit more straightforward. What is the main thing in otaku culture that the West is pushing back against the most? I would say, more than anything, they do not like the idea. I would maybe I'm a little bit biased in seeing it like this, but I think this is what I would say. More than anything, it's acknowledging that on both the art and the actual storytelling, that there are specific effective techniques that have a really like strong culture of knowledge and skill behind them, that have a highly dense population of like elites constantly pushing forward and developing. I would say it's that they don't like acknowledging that. Like people don't wanna. They wanna say anyone who's very against the cultural, aspect of like otaku creation and Japanese creation is very, very quick to try and take a like denial approach to that. Like, all of like Japanese otaku story writing is just like a collection of like stupid arbitrary tropes, or like the art is just you made the character round and have big eyes. It's reductionist and denying of the fact that it's like, well, no, these things are actually a very, very complex network of techniques and ways of doing things and history and a whole, class of people who are extremely good at what they do make up the sort of elites who, produce the best media and stuff, and they lead the pack, and they are the ones who push things forward. I would say that's what the West does not. That's what the West is most resistant to more than anything. Good morning, Wiley. Thank you for stopping by. I'm actually going to stop in a minute after I get this hair temporarily done. Because I have to actually go to the store and crap and run a bunch of errands and shit. So this was just going to be a quick stream. I just wanted to get on stream today to show what I'm up to and shit. And I should be on for an actual good, at least decently long one tomorrow. I do have people coming in and out of my place to like fix some crap. So it's really annoying. It's going to make streaming kind of a little bit threatened for a little bit. Like they'll probably have to be a little bit shorter and stuff, but I want to keep showing what I'm up to. So I don't know why I'm bothering with this. Just do that for now. Just call it a day. Important thing is getting this hair right. This actually should work. I think this is good. I think this is enough. I'm not convinced about this, but maybe I can improve it a little bit right now. It's kind of just like hooking too much. Yeah, it's too... Well, first of all, it's just too long. It's not supposed to be this long. And then it's just too... The contour's like too fat.
Awkward sound, right?
No, that's not good either. I'm gonna rewind this a little bit. To here. And I'm actually, yeah, I think I'll just stop here, and I should get good ideas for how to improve this tomorrow. And I should be able to take this one to finish. And that'll be one down. I gotta make sure I make all backups of this. Duplicate. Duplicate. That'll be one down. Of 4. I need to make 4. And I think these can just keep being edited to do different actions and stuff. But I think it will have to be, I think 1 or 2 poses will have to be drawn from scratch, possibly. But we will see. So it shouldn't be too much work. And then that'll be all the stuff needed to be like actually like hand drawn for the devlog. So that's it. Thank you for showing up, whoever showed up. Have a good morning, if that's what time it is, and I should very likely see you tomorrow. Yes, thanks for showing up, the virus. Keep up the good work. Stay based in Otaku.